Hello, everyone. Hello. Hey, somebody, at least you're not like a teenager anymore, or else you would have been known as like Spaghetti Nose for the rest of your life. And you know, you don't want to be Spaghetti Nose. I don't like the implications of that. Pizza Face and Beaver Pig? Okay, well just imagine being called Pizza Face and Spaghetti Nose. It'd be terrible. I think maybe saying that they were hanging out with them is generous. Nom nom. How's everyone doing tonight? Hi Laz, hi somebody. Hi Mish, but also bye Mish. Enjoy your lurk. Hi Yeet. Hi Jay, did I say hi to Jay? Hi Jay. We're finally getting back to it. I feel like I say we're finally getting back to it like every time we get back to it. Just because I would like to do this at least once a week, but I haven't been. More Talos Principle 2. Virtual office hours just finished when you went live. I was in office hours for 6 straight hours. Damn. Damn. Well, I had a manager meeting this morning at 10:30 a.m. and then had to go to work straight after the manager meeting to be there at noon, and then was there until like, 8:10 or whatever. So I was working for like 9.5 hours. And now I get to work, quote unquote, for like another 4. What SCP would you smash?
The answer is only dog, 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 dog every day of the week. Absolutely dog. SCP-939. Have you seen that motherfucker's ass?
What, you don't like the slimy old man who sends you to his pocket dimension? Can't be work if you have so much fun doing it. Exactly. You know, like, some people, like, gamify their job and stuff like that. Not me. I jobified my game. Honestly, it's probably, like, healthier for me this way. Somehow. For some reason. Okay, so for those who don't remember, this is a puzzle game. And on top of being a puzzle game, it is a puzzling game. Because in addition to the puzzles, you spend a lot of time in this game asking yourself questions about philosophy. Or at least I do. Let's see. Okay, we're finished here, so we need to go to the next area now. That's what we were doing.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
But yeah, this game is like a lot of philosophical questions about like, you know, like what makes a person, and like what are the roles of society, and you know, how do you know, like moralize conflict and stuff like that, and like what are the ethical responsibilities of like, you know, people to society and to nature. Domino has made me addicted to RT2. RT2. What's RT2? Also, very cool, I have moved Ate's cat tower. Let's see what this looks like. Where is she? Where is she? The positioning for this isn't great. I can stick it all the way up here. And it's kind of dark though. Check out this cat cam. Isn't that great? Oh my god, it's beautiful. And I can scooch over. Talos playing himself? Yes, I am playing myself, and I am playing with myself. By myself. Chat, I've got something stuck in my teeth and it's driving me crazy. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Feisty teeth. The teeth bite back. Alright, what am I doing here? Right, these new things. They absorb. I absorb you. And then I can put both of you here. And then you absorb blue. Oh. Oh, you have to discharge them. Interesting. How's the audio? Is the game audio a little bit loud? I don't have it turned down at all. It might be a little bit loud.
In the beginning, before we built New Jerusalem, we used to explore just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking
guys
for
think?
resources, trying to make sense of the world we've been thrust into. Trying
Perfect.
to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats, just to see what else there was.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
Jeez, Al.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Alright, I'm gonna turn it down just a tiny bit. Maybe like down like 0.5 dB. Just because that'll make me happy. Did you guys catch this puzzle, by the way? I just like locked in. That was crazy. It's like pew 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 pew. At least for a while, I imagine the puzzles are not going to be the hard part of this game for me. Hello. Nothing to say. This way. This game is so pretty. Like, it's so pretty. And yet it moves. A fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions in the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended up with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the Earth revolved around the sun, a view we would describe as self-evident, and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. The story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world in the modern day. There's a legend that by the end of his trial he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue. Because defying society is hard. It comes at a high cost, and not everybody is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. It's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority like Elohim is one thing, but when even your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an unacceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. But if nobody does it, society gets stuck. That's right. Support trans rights. Puzzles. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creation of our civilization that it has left an indelible imprint. But sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexandra Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a tetramino waiting for you. There's just another problem, and another, and another. Our veneration of puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution. That sometimes life is just a slog, and the best you can do is muddle through. From Aurora to Athena. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that just part of the slow, relaxed lives we lead now? After all those centuries of struggle, trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yimo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back. The impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because you didn't tell me. Aurora. Heavy. That sentence weighed multitudes.
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption key. Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
Yeah, and skip the puzzles? Said me never. Okay. We got a jammer. And a cube. Let's see, we need red. And red comes from there. So we need to get into there with this, store the red, bring it back with us. Okay, let's start hitting some stuff. Let's take this cube with me. I feel like it won't do us any good over there. I feel as though I was just immediately given an idea. So that works. I should drop this. So now we have blue. And so what happens exactly if I come back here and put the blue here? Okay, that holds this open. And so now I can bring this jammer inside, allowing me to free up all of these different things. I can discharge this, jam this, get red, jam this, take red with me, and we're done. Another victory for Talos.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
It's a dangerous inclination, Byron. What if they're dead? What if this was some crazy suicide pact? No, that doesn't even sound probable to me. Find my sprite and... oh yeah, it's just a normal Prometheus statue. Yeah, there's something over here. Nice. Impressive. Banging out the tunes. Oh. An anchor. And Neil banging out the tunes circa whatever it was. April 19th, 2004. Or 2006? 2005. Final answer. When's the last time you thought about Neil banging out the tunes, chat? It's definitely been too long. Yes, she has become Circle. I'm sorry, I'm bothering you. Hey, Alcatraz. Melville's got something to say. I love Melville.
I've been wondering, what made our ancestors settle in these god-forsaken places? It can't have been easy with those frail, squishy bodies of theirs. What makes a caveman go, yes, this frozen hellscape is where I want to live out my days? You think Byron was right? Is it in our nature to be wanderers?
I have no idea, I think. Not that I'm trying to just offer like a cop-out answer. But, I don't know, I think it's difficult. Because if you think about it, like, surely someone at some point decides, alright, it's time to go. I'm gonna take my family with me, and then we're gonna go to this new place. And, you know, that could happen for glitchy low FPS. Yeah. I don't have enough extra resources. This game's just too purty. Here, if I do this, It should be a bit better. Because the overlay adds a bit. You know, I think at some point someone just kind of sets out looking for something new. But it's the people who stay there that kind of like see the consequences of the person who goes looking. I don't know. I don't know, this answer almost feels like a little on the nose in regards to like the context of like New Jerusalem and stuff like that. Is it in our nature to be wanderers? Well, so I think at least in terms of like, you know, the fact that like we've gone to like Antarctica and built bases down there and stuff like that, it is just about overcoming challenges. Like there's no other reason to live there or to go there. Let's go with that.
We do, don't we? A species of problem solvers, like Drennan said. That must be why I sometimes find myself imagining building new cities.
I wanted to ask you about something else, probably.
Alright.
Just kidding. Nothing else on my mind. It was a joke. Wellspring. So we've got that. Where is the finish? We've got a connector. Connector behind a gate. The finish is there, presumably? We need blue to get the thingy. I imagine we'll be going this way. And it's gotta be like this. That's not gonna reach. Do we have another connector hidden out somewhere? Is there two connectors? I see. I can reach it from here. And then this one can snake all the way down that way. Okay, now this door's open. And then we just need the red over there. But we need to charge this with red first. Which is actually easier than it sounds. Because we have the red here. Now, what else were we actually wanting to do? And so, now that's open. And so where else were we actually going? Presumably this way? Nope. We gotta go back. Gotta go back, check, do it again. And then do a little finagling. Red. Boom. Bouncing all the way around. Okay. See, there's a question mark behind this, presumably. I want to go read the text. Lifthrasir.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
You know, it's interesting, I think. Oh, okay, so these two open this door here. You know, I guess to like a lesser extent, I suppose I do kind of get the sentiment of whenever, like, you know, people are like, or I guess I should just say, like, I find it weird whenever people, like, talk about things being, like, natural versus, like, unnatural or anything like that. Because, like, humans are natural, but we just, like, view ourselves almost as being, like, above the natural order because we've progressed so much further than everything else. But it's not as though that's like... I guess it is just to say, like, I think that's not technically correct, though.
You know, 1K, you're not entirely terrible at this.
Not entirely terrible? I'll take that as a high-order compliment from you, Melville. And I think, like, to some extent, we do, like, overvalue or, like, over-attribute, like, humanity's role in, like, ecological ethics. like, sure, we have a lot that we're responsible for, and we cause a lot of problems, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't be held responsible for those, but also at the same time, sometimes species just become, like, no longer ecologically favorable, and sometimes that causes them to go to, like, go extinct. And it's not our fault, and there's... and it's not our fault. But then it's a question of, like, should we do something about it, though? Like, we, as a society, certainly probably possess the power. Talos, I see that for the human race. What, us driving the human race to extinction? I mean, like, sure. I mean, you also gotta acknowledge the fact that, like, 100 years ago, the global population was, like, less than 2 billion. And then, like, 100 years before that, it was, like, less than 500,000. Or something like that. And that in the past 100 years, a relatively small portion for what is the age of society, we've, like, grown from 1.9, 1.8 billion or whatever to, like, almost 8 billion. 7 point whatever billion. So I mean, I certainly don't think humanity's being driven to extinction. We may be on our ways to accidentally causing a mass extinction. But, you know, that's another problem altogether, I suppose. Eco-resources are getting bizarre since the last 30 years from us. Yeah. I don't know, it's definitely one of the themes of this game of, like, what drove...
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture, it is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Noting some interesting design elements here. Yes. It's definitely one of, like, the themes of this game. Where it's, you know, like, what is presumed to have driven the past race of quote-unquote humans to extinction? You know, was it, like, humanity's, like, hubris and their desire to, like, overexpand and overconsume, driving up climate change, which inevitably released, like, the disease that was trapped in, like, the Arctic permafrost or whatever? Or can we, like, attribute the fact that we just happened to run into this disease that was extremely deadly from the Arctic permafrost, regardless of the fact that global warming was a thing and it was really just like dumb luck? Or was it the fact that like democracy? Do we know how far past extinction this game is based on? I'm not I don't know that we do know how many years it's been. It's been probably a lot. I think it's been many. I know it was like, you know, I know that they say several times that it clearly, like, the simulation clearly took much longer than they expected it to before the first, like, Somna units and the first new humans ended up, like, you know, ascending from the simulation. Thread says it all. We should re-domesticate dogs. Our ancestors loved dogs so much. They insisted they were amazing companions full of life and love, man's best friend. And the lives they lived with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild. So why not bring them back? Did you know that the poet Lord Byron wrote a beautiful poem about his dog Boatswain? He said he had beauty without vanity, strength without insolence, courage without ferocity, and all the virtues of man without his vices. Is that who our Byron named himself after? No, he named himself for Robert Byron, the travel writer. That's great, but what about my idea? We should breed them back, except pugs. The ability to breathe does seem like an important feature in an animal. Isn't that the perfect demonstration of how perverse it is to manipulate nature like that? Yeah, that's why we can choose not to do it badly. It's not like pugs are the only possible outcome. We have choices. I would love to have a dog. We could go on walks together, and it would be excited about every new smell. We would play fetch. It sounds magical today, to me. I almost got another pupper Sunday, but wanting to talk to the office stopped me. My shelter had a free adopt event. Ooh. The renter office. Well, and do you know how having a dog would affect your rent? Or anything like that? How it plays into your lease? DNA. DNA. Huh?
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure. I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
A nightmare?
Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. that building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over.
Why do you think you failed, Byron?
Because for some reason, people find it easier to cling to cynicism and self-hate than to actually have hope. Because believing the worst about ourselves, calling ourselves sinners and fools, somehow still seems wise.
You think we've discovered here what could change things?
Yes. Because this is something unexpected, an anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible. And maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this, the puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
I hope so.
Thank you, 1K. I hope so too. We might be wrong, but let's be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here.
Zugzwang. There is no good move. Where are your kings? Oh man.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there.
Of course, sound advice. But what is it?
I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus dreamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
Can you explain it like I was born yesterday? I was actually born like a week ago, but...
What we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best, and pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery.
We should try it.
I would advise against it. You may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked. Not to mention risking the data we could get from it.
It's not that I don't care about the data. I just kind of wish... I just kind of want to know what happens. But they phrased this in a way that's so not sensible. They know that I don't want to pick it.
Sorry, Melville, but if 1K wants to do this, I won't get in the way. It's his decision.
Understood. But if 1K starts to smoke, don't be slow to pull the plug.
Oh, they're gonna let me do it. Can I read it first? Somnodrome prototype. Melampus believed that the answers we're looking for, the correct way for the individual to exist ethically and in society and the world, are within us. Our failure to him was not failing to create a better system, but failing to truthfully reflect what already exists within our minds. A failure of connection between the high and the low, the inner and the outer. On most days, that seems wrong to me. But sometimes, when I think of where New Jerusalem is headed, I wonder if the Somnodrome doesn't hold an answer after all. I took some time to build a prototype according to the original blueprints, but there's a lot Melampus didn't account for. Still, I'm almost certain I could apply some of my own knowledge and make it work. The question is, should I? Yeah, it's this interesting ethical dilemma that is possessed only from like these AI-driven like humans, where it's like if these humans are driven by AI to act like humans, then that means that there is within the algorithm ideas that reflect what it means to be human. I'm gonna hop in the doohickey. I think I didn't do this last time, but I'm doing it this time. Have I been lobotomized?
1K, can you hear me?
Yep.
What did I say? You fried it. Who knows what data we've lost?
I regret nothing.
Melville, I still think it's worth you coming here to take a look. 1K, let's pack up and explore the rest of this lab.
Worst case scenario, instead of your frontal lobe, it's your prostate. You know, worst case scenario, this isn't something we needed anyways. To all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Somnodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago when I was a different person. It has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least one part of its systems, but none of it ever functioned the way I wanted it to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Herman's religious pessimism. I'm not sure I care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer. At the end of the day, everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond. I value my privacy. They're Buddhist now. They've reached nirvana. Only through nihilism. Beloved founder, wherever you've gone, I continue to have faith. You are our mother, our creator, the chosen of the progenitor. I am certain that this is a test, a trial, like the ones you faced in the simulation. We will learn from your example and keep the faith. Praise your name. I continue to have faith. Well, there's your first mistake. There is no trial in 108. The error is in our understanding. I went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last batch was just too amazing. Every step leads to the next, like a progression of musical notes. We're so close. I saw that coming.
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
Every step leads to the next. Yeah, that's how steps work. Unless you count... I guess only if... I mean, dead ends, right? I suppose you can count there being dead ends.
You overloaded again.
I'm fine. I saw Athena again.
Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder.
Oh yeah, and somebody, we do know that it's at least been centuries since even the first hyper-advanced robotic humanoids ascended from the simulation. So it's been an indeterminate amount of time since the actual extinction of humanity. And it's been at least a few centuries since, the new humans actually ascended. How well did you know her?
I'd like to think I knew her well. There was just a handful of us in those days. Small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone else can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute had left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn.
So why isn't she remembered that way?
The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
I'm sure she did what she thought she had to. I'm sure that's true.
She must have. I just don't understand. But if all this is a test, maybe there's an answer waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which,
An answer.
let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
Reach for the stars. If you could name a star, chat, what would you name it? What would the name of your star be? Whatever the established naming conventions would logically lead to. I mean, do you really want, like, your star, though, to be, like, named, like, EFB21G7? Okay. I don't need this anymore. So this one can go here. This is a problem. There's nothing better than a systematic, well thought out, and scientifically derived solution. I don't know. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I think your sentiment is right. Oh, it's so close. Why would I want to name my star something personal at the cost of fucking up what astronomers have been doing for ages and causing future astronomers massive headaches? That's fair. I suppose it's not to say that, you know, in this particular case of like talking about stars and stuff like that, that what I'm suggesting is like actually better. Because I don't think that's the case. But I do think sometimes it's better to do something with feeling than, you know, to do it scientifically. Alright, chat, this might be the first puzzle that's got me stuck. Unless I can do this. So I need blue and green to create red, and I need to get that red here. I'm trying to store the red. But to be able to store the red, I need this to be available. For this to be available, either it needs to be like done through here with something connecting this laser, yeah, maybe I don't need it. Maybe I actually don't need it. Well, so this is, I mean, I need to do it like this. Well, I think I've seen the plot. And you come all the way over here. And now you're not needed here. But actually you will be. It's you who can be over here. And then you come over here. We get the green. Now we have the green. Green comes all the way over here. You can hold this door. And then now we have access to blue and green. Ta-da! Yippee! That's a good one. That's a good puzzle. That's a good puzzle. Lateral inhibition. Fan. Where are we going? There. Alright, well, let's start plugging stuff in. So that opens door, but
bad. Fan on, no go. Ouch. Okay. We store the blue, and so now we can go through here and hook it up from this side. Good. But need hold button. How? Difficulty. Yeah, there's nothing really to do from this side. Unless... I don't know. I mean, do you like... See, something like that will actually work. Funnily enough. As silly as this is. I don't know if that's the intended solution. I don't know if this is where they intended you to think about, like, laser blocking. It's crazy, though, if it is. Crazy solution. What is that? Let's go look at it. It's a thing. What is it? Airboat? Half-Life? No, it's a satellite. Boom, boom. I'm gonna turn off my light. Sorry, cat dark now. I've turned the cat on to dark mode. Like how we both immediately thought Half-Life. Oh my god. Winsies. I don't want to go to the gate. Take me to 7. That useless dragon. Hi, Melville. Are you gonna be mad at me? You probably should be.
Yes?
In my vision, Athena mentioned a singularity.
Yes. She could be talking about a gravitational singularity. Like the point within a black hole where density becomes infinite and space-time breaks down. But the term has other applications too.
They must have been doing some incredibly advanced experiments.
You're right. It is fascinating. You know, our ancestors went to incredible lengths to try and understand reality. They built super colliders and sent telescopes into space to find traces of the Big Bang. I guess the founder was walking in their footsteps.
Good. I have not finished any Half-Life. Also, we need green. That much is obvious. And then we can get the blue on the inside. Oh. Aha. Now isn't that beautiful? Well, there is the oh man, the Harge Ladron Collider. Whatever.
Congratulations. That one looked difficult.
Yeah, it was difficult. It took me almost like 2 minutes to solve it. I love the Harge Ladron Collider. You know, the very large array, the huge radio telescope array in New Mexico? I'm sure I've heard of it. Oh, I remember this puzzle vaguely. I remember this one being difficult. It's the setting of Signal Simulator. That makes sense. Man, Signal Simulator. That game was a piece of work. Alright, see you later, somebody. Enjoy your dog shower. Take me. I can't say that on stream. I'm sorry. Cube. Can't say what on stream? Take me. tape you or take you? Sure. Yes, why not? Okay. I see. Put that there. I can run this from all the way over here. And then now I can move this to the other side of the wall. And then that will let me take this one back. Take me to church. I should like a dog. Bark. Yep. I did it! The puzzles are done. Hi, Byron.
Hey there, 1K.
Do you think the answers we seek exist within ourselves?
Look, self-reflection is important, but only thinking about yourself, your inner identity, becomes narcissistic. You exist, whether you like it or not, in a dialectical relationship with the world. Identity has no meaning without society, and society has no meaning without the individual. It's in that tension that we really come into being.
Yeah. You're right.
How can I help you?
Thanks, that's all. Apparently I can still talk to you.
Hey there, 1K.
Thanks, that's all.
Hey there.
Thanks, that's all. You know, Byron, it was very well said. You're so correct. Vox Pop number 9. From interview with a protester outside the Institute for Applied Nomadics. So why did you join this protest? Artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. In which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world, alright? That's science fiction. But what we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any attachment we have to the natural world. It's not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything's just resources to it. People like Sarabai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos? What? Extractivist ethos that brought us to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image, and in doing so, consume it. But so far, they're saying it's all theoretical. The first atom bomb was theoretical too. Once something is there, someone's going to use it. Why couldn't they imagine we might care about the world? I don't know. Maybe because they were too used to no one else caring. Hypatia's Journals, the founding of New Jerusalem, Day 200. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week, and this week we started our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have plans to erect a tower in the middle of settlement that will serve as our administrative center and main heliport. But right now, that's still a long way off. Decades, at least. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that there will be enough of us to need that much space. But then I look at the dam and I remind myself, our ancestors built that, with their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies. And then I think that there's really no limit to what we can achieve given enough time, patience, and capacity to dream. Let's go, Trevor.
Strap in. This is a long one.
You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John. John Carpenter. He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth. From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind you, he just made classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. He only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them
Let's
after
go,
the
Laz.
fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
Rat jam. This is a rat jam right here. We get some rat jams in chat. Hooray! Yippee!
Utopia is impossible, but the future that is possible will seem like a dream to those who are alive now.
Yeah, it will always be amazing to see how far we've come. At any point you decide to look back, you can always see the ways that you have progressed. Hey, Al.
Everything okay?
Do you think finding a functional somnodrome would be interesting?
Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions? I don't know, but it might help.
Al is very sensible. I like that. I appreciate their subtle sensibilities. Okay, so let's see. The tower's there. And so the first or the other switch should be back this way. Not on this island, but on this island. And at the far back left corner. Hi, Al. Bye, Al. This way. Uh-huh. Okay. And back we go. To hell and back. And back to hell. You get to do the fun part of running back and forth across the islands. I was about to ask, is this really another puzzle that we didn't do? And I guess the answer is yes. We have not done this one. These are supposed to be like the hard extra puzzles. Someday. Closer to the end of the game. Once we've done everything else. Let's see, there should be another lever. Right over here. And then now we can head towards the tower. Because the last one's right over there. We gotta get across the tower to get there first.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
It's art! I don't like where this is going. This is the same thing I just did. Okay, let's try something different then. It's not impossibly far off. There we go. Good one. Okay, and so now I should be able to squeeze over here to flip the last switch. And now we can go grab that star on our way out. Alright, well, in we go. Let's find what awaits us. Who will it be?
Halt, creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame. Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Lady, I'm a robot. I mean, sure, we've made mistakes, but the goods outweigh the bad. I think that's true. I think this is also true. His gifts have greatly eased the suffering of the world. That's also definitely true. Without his gifts, we would no longer even exist. Maybe. I mean, at least from like a mythology standpoint, we certainly wouldn't have been able to come so far. So, yeah. Let's go with this.
And you repeat your mistakes until they destroy you.
And yet, here I am, thoroughly not destroyed. When are they gonna destroy me, huh? You gonna do it yourself? You better. If you want something to actually happen.
There's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Likely story. Yeah, that's gonna be too deep. They've locked Prometheus away again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Yeah! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! It better not make me have to flip all the switches again. I'll be upset. I think it might. I think it might have me flip all the switches again. And so I'm just gonna check this straight away. Let me out. Okay, no, it looks like we're good. Golly gee, thank goodness. Yeah! I knew it. I knew I could make that jump. Parkour!
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
Am I wise? I am a fool. Lost marshes.
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that, telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Yeah, I mean, personifying it as revenge, I feel like, you know, captures like the essence of a certain ideal, but is technically incorrect, you know? It's just... Mother Nature is not... Well, if you abide by the fact that Mother Nature is just kind of like an ideal and does not actually exist, then of course it follows to say that Mother Nature cannot have, or cannot seek revenge. Substitution. Right, I remember this. This is where we get these new little platforms, where you can only swap items out.
I've had a closer look at the Somnodrome. You know, the one that one cave fried.
Yeah.
It's based on the original prototype with some modifications. As usual, the data is a mess, but I strongly suspect there might be a functional version somewhere.
I know some of you have heard stories about the answers this device might reveal, but please remember, that is not our main priority here. Keep an eye open for it, but focus on finding Athena.
Is that our main priority? Huh? I think that's your main priority. I think you're a little obsessed with it, frankly. Beloved Founder, I beg you to return to us. We cannot achieve the goal without you. You are the one who defied Elohim, who overcame the trials of the simulation. What are we before that? How can we possibly find a path that will not lead to the mistakes of the past? You are our sole link to the wisdom of the progenitor. Without you, we are lost. Praised be your name. Cringe. Excerpt from What's Wrong with the World by G.K. Chesterton. Human construction. Our modern prophetic idealism is narrow because it has undergone a persistent process of elimination. We must ask for new things because we are not allowed to ask for old things. The whole position is based on this idea that we have all got all the good that can be got from out of any ideas of the past. But we have not got all the good out of them. Perhaps at this moment, not any of the good out of them. And the need here is a need of complete freedom for restoration as well as revolution. There is one metaphor of which the moderns are very fond. They're always saying, you can't put the clock back. The simple and obvious answer is, you can. A clock, being a piece of human construction, can be restored by the human finger to any figure or hour, in the same way that society, being a piece of human construction, can be reconstructed upon any plan that has ever existed. You can indeed turn the clock back, but if the clock stops ticking, it's dead. Black Snow from selected archive documents. The coal mine finally brought decent jobs. It lifted us up from poverty, made us proud. We weren't just ordinary workers, we were the lords of the underworld, and with our skills we kept the whole country alive. The mines also brought black lung, gruesome injuries, and death. And when it went away, it brought the collapse of our entire society. As for the plant, I know it brought electricity and even more jobs. I know what a difference that made in people's lives. I also know that when we used to go out and play, there were black flakes in the snow. Why didn't they just switch to a safer technology once they realized coal was dangerous? They didn't always have a choice. Sometimes coal was all they had, or were allowed to have, and the alternative was poverty. At other times, they wanted to switch, but there were powerful interests that prevented change. We can't blame people for the world they were born into. True. Ah, Yakut. I was wanting to talk to you.
Hey, 1K. How can I help you?
What do you think about this Somnodrome business?
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective. Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool.
I like that. It's probably cool. There are some people in New Jerusalem who want me to participate in their political man-wavering.
I don't get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs.
Do you think the founder might still be here?
I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me. But maybe it is all a test.
You think the founder was right that we have to add our own meaning to the world?
I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason, that there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen, that they couldn't have been avoided. So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas.
Huh. Perhaps meaning is found in other people.
That's my biggest hope. That maybe I just need to find the right person.
Yakut's looking for love. And by the end of this stream, he might just find it. In me. Yakut, go on a date with me. Please. I'm so lonely. I've only been born into this world for like a week. Lifter's ear. Speak to me.
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions. Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature. This is precisely the opposite of the truth. It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
I must leave, or I will commit acts of violence upon the ignorant. I understand that. It's relatable.
I suppose I should get this absorbed first. And then I can swap these out. Jump up here, grab the cube, grab that. And then double dip on both of these. I mean, that puzzle felt like a 2. You know, that was a puzzle number 2 for sure. Okay, you can get on these, but you can't jump off of them. I have to take regular hiking trips with my pals, or else I'm gonna start fucking killing people. Are we sure that this guy is stable? Are any of us stable, really? You know, like they say, let you without sin be the first to throw, or let the person with no sin be the one to throw the first stone or whatever. Are you stable? I'm not stable. Of course, that being said, I don't consider myself stable, but I'm like, you know, I'm like, on the scale of like stability, I'm probably like an 8 or a 9. I don't know. That's not how criticism works. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. You're stable, just silly? Oh, we like to get a little bit silly around here, okay. Ooh, interesting. There we go. Interesting. I feel like I need to think this through out loud. Because so I had to do that little swap because rather than the cube being here and the jammer being in there, I needed the jammer to be here and the cube to be there. And I facilitated that with a third proxy item. In that case, the connector. This deer, you need to get the heck out of here. You're bothering me. We get up to a little tomfoolery. We get a little bit silly. Also, if this place is so abandoned and run down, why are the wooden boardwalks in such great shape? Great question. You know, I think, frankly, science doesn't have the answers to such great questions. It's impossible. Re-nailing the boards? I'm gonna re-nail your boards. You're about to get re-nailed. What? Never mind.
all around. Okay, well, let's start with an exploration. We need the inverter. Then we have a jammer. And where are we going? Like, where is the finish? Right here, presumably? Let me scope this out. So we need green at the finish. And so to get green, we're gonna need the source of blue. And so an inverter, we're gonna need the inverter either still out there with red connecting to it, and then we need this off of the pedestal. And so what? We can identify for sure we need the inverter, and we need this thing off the pedestals. How many things can we keep off the pedestals at a time? There's a limit, right? So we only have 2 objects off pedestals. And so there's going to be no way for us to get a 3rd object off the pedestals. And so we somehow need to maneuver ourselves to a position where we get something in here so that I can get my hands on this with the inverter still being out there. Like, the inverter's kind of in like a perfect spot right now. But I think to get to the point where we can get the inverter in there, I need to take the inverter with me. Or, I don't know. Because then I could do it from this side. Is that even good? Hold on. So if I wanted to change like the topology of this situation, I think it would make the most sense to bring the inverter in here. Because then we could jam this. And then I could have this connector, which I could use to hold this open, and then jam this from the other side. But now I need the inverter back because we decided we needed the inverter earlier. And so now we have access to everything. Okay. Clean, clean. Smart.
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles, in a way, 1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in the simulation.
There's one difference, though. Athena was alone.
Alone. So? So we could get green from here. Just acknowledging that. We need to be thinking about sources of green for the Pandora statue. Wait, wait, wait. The birds are laughing at me. Make him stop.
Everything okay?
The founder talked about transforming the world into a work of art.
Assuming what we heard really is the founder, I think the world is already a work of art. We don't need to improve it.
Okay. I mean, I guess you're right. Like, we don't have to. We don't need to improve it. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't.
Attack the D point. Never attack the D point. No. Affirmative. Attack the D point. Negative.
I'm getting mixed signals here. Affirmative. No. Negative. Okay, so getting access to a third item means we can swap more stuff out from pedestals. So we need that. So give me this other connector. So that's gotta be step one. Always get more items. Now, we don't need that over there. What's this one? There's a lever. I guess we need all the cubes. And so how am I going to light this with the red laser there? I'm going to use a box. And that lets me snag this one. And now we can get all the boxes so that we can build a staircase to get this connector. And now we have 4. And we can walk back and forth through this area. So we have a potential new route for the topology of this. Do we need boxes? We certainly need connectors. I'm going to start with a connector here. So that's going to be able to get us the red. Then we can do better. We can do better than this. Ah, dingus. Dingus, darn it. Give me this dingus, you dingus. There we go. Yay!
Not bad, 1K.
Not bad, they say. Not bad. I think I am also not bad. Thank you. I may even go so far as to say I'm good. But no. Perhaps that would be too self-serving of me. Perhaps that's a step too far. I wonder if people have broken this game as much as they broke the Talos Principle one. I've not watched any speedruns or anything, but I would imagine it's the case. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Say more funny words to me.
Mother, can I suggest something?
Of course, go ahead.
The southern part of the island is completely dead. No animals, no plants. The soil is too alkaline for anything to live except bacteria.
Yes, that's why it's a good location for some of the experiments.
Well, if we want to show that we can make the cosmos more beautiful, then why don't we start there? The desert doesn't have to be dead. If we modify the conditions, life can thrive there. And that could be the first step towards spreading life to other worlds. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a plan.
Okay. So let's see, we have 2 items, which means our solved position will include 2 items. We can at least do some easy maneuvering here. And then we can store that red, which allows us to free an item. But this button does both. We've been played for damn fools. Okay, so we've got the blue, so now I just need the jammer. I need 2 jammers momentarily so that I can do a jammer swapperoo. So now that jammer's on the inside, so now I can take this, because now I can put it here and move that jammer and solve the puzzle. Jam swapperoo.
I often think about how many cities there are out there under the ocean. Cities where people lived for thousands of years. Cities with their own history, their own culture. All of it lost under the waves. If they'd been less greedy, they could have kept all that.
I don't think we can pass moral judgment on an entire species based on the decisions of a handful of leaders. But I do think they made a mistake. They stopped caring about what they built. They stopped seeing the romance of civilization.
The romance. What if, chat, we kissed underneath the megastructure and romanticized about modernity? Onward to more puzzles. Another. Up and down. I vaguely remember this puzzle. Okay, so solution is here. Solution needs blue. From a relatively specific angle. Maybe it could come from up there. We have access to this fan. So there's currently 2 items on the ground. Will there ever be more than 2? No, we do not have access to a final or a third item. And so what do we need? We need blue. But all we possess is green. Is that correct? No, we do have blue. But no simple connector? How are we gonna get blue from blue? Ah, we invert the blue to red, and then we do green and red makes blue. And so those are our 2 items. Oh, we have a third item. This fan. Okay. I need both of the fans to get up there to swap that out. And I want to take the cube. Once I've gotten up there and swapped that out, we'll no longer need this fan. So now I can go back, grab this fan, and swap these out. Is this fine? I think this is fine. Now I feel like we need the cube. But how is that possible? We couldn't possibly bring the fan up there. We wouldn't want to bring the inverter up there, because we need the inverter. It's not possible to get a fan up there. Right? Unless we use the cube to get a fan up there. Is that possible? I think not. Okay, back to it then. So that needs to be here. Needs to be on a cube so that they can peer over this. I find these to be necessary truths.
we have on the floor 1, 2, 3 items. And in the end, our 3 items need to be inverter, combiner, and cube. And cube. Which means we need to get a fan up there. Which means we need to get this fan up to the 2nd level. I don't see how this is possible. Is there something I've missed? Something I've not seen? So, what that means is one of our items must be a fan. One of our 3 items simply must be a fan. Which means to me that it must be possible to do this without the cube. I need the cube up there, though. This was a mistake. I need this fan. And if I need the cube up there, then I have to take it with me. So, we're back where we started. Rather than invert blue to make red and then convert them, I just needed to do it the other way around. So yeah, my logic was all correct. I just didn't see that solution. So 4 was out there. I couldn't get green. There's no connector here, so I can't get green from here. Wah, 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 wah.
One moment, chat. One moment, please. Okay. Where were we? There's a secret down this way. Or at least a point of interest. Is it the lab? Indeed. This lab does not look like it's doing so well. Oh. I guess this lab really wasn't doing so well. Not everything the founder built lasted. One of the founder's labs seems to have collapsed. I guess that shows that even the founder has limits. There's no human building that can survive without maintenance. Roots are stronger than concrete. Unless she destroyed it on purpose, of course, but it seems like the ceiling just came down. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the puzzle clusters on the island correspond to the presence of labs, except the lab near our base camp, which doesn't have any puzzles attached to it. Although it does have another strange structure surrounding it. Are the puzzles guiding us to the lab, or are we just finding the labs on accident? Cute fruit. Oh my goodness, there's so many cute fruits in chat now. There's at least like 2. And I don't know if I can count higher than 2. My farming obsession. Budahas. So I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's a sort of simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it, and I'm having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy, but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world, but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to it. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ovis is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time where we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could still impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm. You want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. It's just a game, don't overthink it. Yeah, it's probably just a game. I don't know that I believe that the emotions that you're feeling have anything to do with these deeper philosophical ideals. Not as though I'm like opposed to these deep philosophical ideals. It's just a game, don't overthink it. Pellegrino's right. There's a first for everything. From Theophilus of Adana to Dr. Faustus, from Marlowe to Goethe. Who are these people? Oh my gosh, the bots are going crazy tonight. Deny. Ban. Get denied and banned. Wait, what? Weird. Anyways. There's a story that the ancients kept telling us. A wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge, with terrible consequences. I've long wondered why they thought this story so important, and I'd be curious to hear what others think. The ancient writers knew that knowledge is dangerous, and its pursuit often leads to tragedy. Knowledge is dangerous for those who want to hoard power, but these stories are designed to keep ordinary people compliant. And yet, in a lot of the stories that I've read, the writer seems fascinated with the devil's side of the argument. Damien's right, it's to keep people compliant. Maldek is right, knowledge often leads to tragedy. No. Not necessarily. Often, no. Actually, yeah, I'll just say that this is... well, it's not wrong 100% of the time, but it's wrong enough to be wrong. I think that they often conflated political anxieties with technological or intellectual progress because talking about the real problems was taboo. Knowledge can be extremely disruptive to a society. They were grappling with that. The pursuit of knowledge comes at a cost, but without it, the world is boring, and deep down, writers knew that. It's a pseudo-profound story that writers reused because it made their work look deeper than it was. I'm between 4 and 5. Knowledge can be extremely disruptive to a society. They were grappling with that. The pursuit of knowledge comes at a cost, but without that, the world is boring. I think this one speaks to me the most. I am compelled for the world not to be boring. Maybe that explains why I always find the beginnings of such stories fascinating, but the endings are always banal. If all that can ever happen is either tragedy or the restoration of normality, what's the point? New York was a place that aroused great passions. Some loved it and called it the greatest city in the world. Others hated it and called it an ugly cesspit full of rude snobs. I don't know where the truth lies, but I know it was a place full of life. There was always something new going on, people rushing about, excitement in the air. It must have been an overwhelming sensation to stand in the canyons formed by those great skyscrapers, in a crowd of people, feeling history happening all around you. Begone, foul beast. A plague of you both your houses. A plague, I say. Begone. What's out here? No points of interest per se, but there might be something to see. For posterity. It seems I need a cube. But where do a cube be? Who? Hello? A friend. Where are we going? Are you gonna go stand on the button for me?
He's kind of majestic and terrifying. Yakut, are you fucking seeing this guy? This is crazy. Are you gonna step on the button? You are. Yeah, scan that motherfucker, Yakut. Thank you, friend. Let's see, where are we going? Uh-huh. Okay. I'll play your game. Rat jam time. What's this though? Scan it. Where did it go? I'm losing the plot. What the heck? How do I get up there? That's cheating. No, no, no. Yes. Bing. Ta-da.
Paradise cannot be found. It must be built.
So what kind of ideal... Like, what kind of ethos are they trying to instill within Prometheus? Poisonous Humility, excerpt from Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. But what we suffer from today is humility in the wrong place. Modesty has moved from the organ of ambition. Modesty has settled upon the organ of conviction, where it was never meant to be. A man was meant to be doubtful about himself, but undoubting about the truth. This has been exactly reversed. Nowadays, the part of a man that a man does assert is exactly the part he ought not to assert, himself. The part he doubts is exactly the part he ought not to doubt, the divine reason. Huxley preached a humility content to learn from nature. But the new skeptic is so humble that he doubts he can ever learn. Thus we should be wrong if we said hastily that there is no humility typical of our time.
The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time, but it so happens that it is practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boot that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. I had to read this twice to fully understand it. I hear that, Miranda. God, it is wordy. Basically, it's like saying, rather than like... It's like almost saying that it's like once upon a time people doubted themselves as opposed to doubting what they recognized to be the truth. But now it's like saying, you know, people have too much faith in themselves and instead, you know, doubt too much what is recognized as truth or what might potentially be recognized as facts. And so it's been reversed, is what G.K. Chesterton is saying. But this here, where it says, the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. You know, to an extent, I believe that. You know, I believe it's like a problem with both, like, Generation Alpha and Generation, or Gen Z as well. That, you know, I've noticed in myself and in a lot of younger people that I've, you know, had the privilege of working with or whatever, that it's like they would rather give themselves the benefit of the doubt than try and potentially fail. You know, they may kind of like almost fail through omission or fail by never attempting in the first place. But at least if they never attempted in the first place, then they can always give themselves the benefit of the doubt and say that they had the potential to do it, if only like circumstantial elements were different. And you know, for some people it's probably true, but I think if you are like introspective enough to see it, it's like it almost can't be true. Like you are just trying, like searching for excuses. And I see it in myself too. Like you could replace you in my sentence with me. I'm searching for excuses. I give myself the benefit of the doubt because I don't want to try and risk failure. Excursion Report 3 from Miranda to Athena. It's incredible. There's an entire submerged town just off the coast, surprisingly well preserved. Sailing over it, I finally understood what the ancients meant by eerie. I obviously couldn't have the kind of psychological or physiological response they did, but I think the mental response was pretty close. A contradictory response. Part melancholy, part fascination. It's strange how tragedy and destruction make the beauty of civilization more obvious. P.S. A deer got into the maintenance area and made a huge mess. Sorry, I'll clean it. P.P.S. I may have been feeding it. The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 296. So last one was day 200. Now it's 296. Cornelius and Sarabai went back to the dam today. We've been holding off on constructing any new humans, to concentrate on building a home for them first. But there's a limit to what 13 people can do on their own, and everyone is eager to start construction on some of the more ambitious structures. Sarabai's kindness and patience is something that we'll certainly miss out here, where tempers can sometimes run high. And I'll miss Cornelius too. He was there when I was born, and he is just as much a father to me as Athena and Alexandra Drennan are my mothers. But I suppose I can always go visit them. The dam isn't that far, and once we complete the monorail in a few decades, it will truly only be a few minutes away. But what are a couple dozen years, really, when you might live forever?
Something I really like about Alex, one of the reasons why I'm here doing this, is that she's really humble. She has this incredibly positive view of humanity. She believes we can accomplish anything, but it's not about her. She doesn't think that she's smarter or better than anyone else. She just looks at us as a species, and even though she can see how small we are in the grand scheme of things, she thinks that we could conquer the stars and give meaning to the universe. Even now, even when none of us are going to live to see it. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. I mean, it's a crazy ideal to carry, for sure. Alright, let's figure this out. We need red. Up there. We get red by inverting blue. So, we need you. And you. You get swapped. But... Okay. I mean, sure. We do actually have a third item. It's this fan. Swap that over there. And then... now... I actually don't want the cube, I want the fan. Woo! See, but I do want the cube. It's this that I don't want to be over here. Was it initially over here? I'm gonna reset this. I like the way that it reset in Talos Principle 1. But I understand that that doesn't make much sense with how this game is done. Because you can only take things over that way. You can't bring them back. Unless you use the drill. So in my mind, I want cube inverter, whatever this thing's called. Which means fan comes through. But we only have 3 items on the ground. Fan doesn't come through. We don't need to do any drilling. Okay, that's what I wanted. And then now swap, cube, there, here. Grab this here. This, grab the fan. There we go.
I admire your persistence, 1K.
Thank you. Praise me more. feck off, dear. Let's see. We've been coming up, we're coming up on 3 hours. Maybe once we finish this area, we'll also go do the mega structure section. And then we'll call it a night. That sounds good. Transmission. Let's see. Oh, it's you again. So what do we have here? A jammer. Well, congratulations. You are free now. Now what do we do with you? A driller. Interesting. Okay, I guess go ahead and take that. I mean, I suppose if I'm up here where I need to be, then that's fine. I don't need this fan then. I see. Where do I even need this? Where does red even go? Ah, here. Okay, so I do need to be holding on to something. Ah, well, and of course I've not held on to anything, have I? Okay, so it's gotta be, like, in their hand when they drop down. Which means I've gotta be able to get up there. Like, with something in my hand, something in tow. And have that be enough. And now I'm here. Grab fan. But then how swap? How swap fan then? Oh. What? I said jam it. Jam it without dropping it. Ta-da! Okay. Good one. And then we have the last lost puzzle over here, I think.
Miranda, would you like to play a game?
A game? That sounds like fun.
It is. Remember what Alexandra Drennan said about games?
They're part of what makes us human.
Exactly. And this is a game Alexandra Drennan designed when she was still in school. It's based on her favorite book. Have a go.
The way that, like, Athena said that was like, alright, just like we rehearsed. What makes us human? It's like, oh, games. Of course. It's like, good. Of course games make us human. I am exceptionally human. Especially right now. Let's see. We probably need the driller. What's something we don't need? This connector, what's it for? This fan. I imagine we'll need that closer to the end. I'm gonna hope that we can get by on one less jammer for now. Or perhaps, following the way that this is set up, the fan can be placed last. And so maybe it does make more sense to get the fan last. But that is to still say that we can probably get by without the fan for now. And in that sense, we perhaps do not need the jammer. But when this is in place, okay. That was much easier than I remember it being. I think I lucked out on that one a little bit. Whoa! Yeah, give me the star. Give me the tetrominoes. Actually, no. I don't want to go back to tetrominoes. The tetromino puzzles were mean to me. Okay, we've got the Athena statue here, and that's it. Let's see. Let's go back and see if we can't figure out the correct positioning for it. The statue itself is there. I know that you can connect to it from 4. And so we need to figure out how can we connect to 4. And moreover, where do we get green from? So the box is still green. Can you get green in here? Nope. You can't get green from within 4. Can you get green in 3? I don't remember. I did the 3rd puzzle of this area so long ago. Nope, no green here. See, I suppose we could go look at 6. 6 might be within viewing range of 4. No, that seems far too far. You can get green. You can get green in this lost puzzle back here. I remember that. Yeah, probably just, like, keep it back in the courtyard over here. Really, this should be an inverter. Now let's go back up to 4. You know, with 3 cubes, we can probably just break a connector out of 4. If I had to guess. They did kind of put like a door at the back of 4 that they wouldn't normally put there. I wonder if they had intended for you to be able to jump over a door with it. Oh, no, definitely not. But that doesn't mean we can't do it. We are, however, going to have to get this stuff again. Oh. Yes, I want to jump on the wall. Oh, what? Okay, good, good. Yeah, I don't know about that. Bro? Thank you. Okay. Let's consider options then. If we pile them up here at the door, can we just like drop a connector over the top? We sure can. Ta-da! Wah. Hey! Wah. Ow! My leg! Okay, now where is the tower?
Horses are
In the middle.
broken, not taught. That is the way of humankind.
I'm not even sure that's correct. But then again, I don't know much about horses. But then again, I doubt Pandora knows like anything about horses. Who knows? Does anyone know anything about horses? Where's Horse Sniffer when you need him? Okay, yeah, I like this. How many squares forward do we need to go? There we go. Ah. That was a tricky one. Up we go. Do we get to say hi to the Sphinx again? The Sphinx asks good questions. No! It's you!
Hear me, friend, and heed my words. Beware Pandora. She is nothing but fear and despair, and she will do anything to prevent you from reaching the flame. It is she who disrupted the trials of the Sphinx, and who bound me in the...
Bound me in the... Not the...
Well done, 1K. Looks like our hypothesis was correct. The megastructure is opening again. Everyone
you
come
made
to the
it.
VTOL, please. It's time to
I did.
find Athena.
What about Pandora? She seems capable of displacing or controlling the other entities.
We should be careful, but we can't let such a vague threat paralyze us. Just keep your eyes open.
Hi, somebody. Are you relaxing? Have you had your dog shower and are you in bed now? Good. Okay. So we have the megastructure sequence, and that's it. We're also missing a star here. I want to get that. I don't want to be missing any stars. I skip. Ate's still here. Look at her over there. Look at that foot! This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at this paw. Should I poke the paw? Poke. Okay, let's see. Oh, I just never grabbed the star. Well, that makes this nice at least. Just a quick run over. A quick full body tilt sprint. Just a brisk 100-meter dash.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
Error. Error. Or sin. I'm pretty sure sin doesn't exist. That's my take on it. I'm not particularly religious, but like, I'm pretty sure sin is just like a social vehicle for shame. And I feel no shame, as a hedonist and all. Oh, goodbye, Ate. So long, baby. Okay. Back to the megastructure.
There's something I've been thinking about. I know the New Alexandria disaster was traumatic. I know accidents like that make us think that it's best to stick to what we have. But what about all the accidents that have happened in New Jerusalem that nobody talks about? The collapse of the Wachowski building. The Calvin Street explosion. The derailment that almost killed Benaroya and Canada. All of those happened because we stopped investing enough resources in our civilization. And if Melville hadn't been put in charge of city maintenance, this would still be happening.
It will happen again, either way. With how little we have to work with, it's only a matter of time.
You see, there may be a price for pursuing progress, but there's also a price for not pursuing it.
Well, alright. I guess we're going into the megastructure again. And then after this megastructure sequence, we'll call it a stream.
All right, here we go again.
Our main objective is to determine the relationship between the megastructure and Athena. Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore, dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
I can't imagine one person building all this.
Don't forget about Miranda. There were at least 2 of them.
I can't imagine 100 people building this.
Can't imagine 1,000 people building this.
All right, everyone. Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
Sure. What's up, Al?
I know you can't wait to start exploring, but just hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena.
Yep.
She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic, dysfunctional. Yes, it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken. And what we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly. You've interacted with it more than anyone. What do you think?
I mean, outside, everything seems very intentional. But in here, it does seem kind of chaotic. But I can't help but feel like that too is intentional. I don't know. I mean, it does seem like we're meant to do something here.
So you see it that way too, huh? Well, maybe I'm wrong. I hope so. But please, be careful.
Right. Yeah. I do think we're meant to do something here. That does feel like the point. But that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Maybe I'm
deeper
wrong.
into the megastructure. Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please,
Oh my gosh.
watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
The whole thing? Big machine? The biggest machine imaginable. We need to move experiments further apart. Can we literally bootstrap this to any scale? Uh-oh. Not again.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple. Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda. We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe not. The question is, how do we free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice, was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
Uh-oh, something's gonna happen to Byron. Byron's not making it out of this. We're so close, but we're about to be further away than imaginable. Alright. Time for some fun.
Are those surfaces magnetic?
No, it's anti-gravity. Your coot was right. I should have known.
Nope, not magnetic. It just, anti-gravity.
Okay, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you.
Hey, hi Byron. Thank you. Gotta go over there. Seems like a good start.
Same pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
I guess we know what to do.
Be careful. The sheer amount of power running
Byron,
through this
solving
place.
my puzzles!
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other 2. Okay?
What? No, I want to do all the puzzles,
This is
you
kind of
asshole.
fun. Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human.
My puzzles!
Got it.
How dare you?
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system, but when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
Okay. Oh, this is the puzzle. No, there is still a puzzle up here. Okay, got blue. That's the exit. Needs blue. We have an accumulator. We have red. And an inverter. So then we can accumulate blue. And then plonk this on the button. Pull the lever. Big lever. Wrong lever, conk. Ah, yes, the poison. Cusco's poison. The poison intended specifically for Cusco. Hey up! Ow. Ooh, ah. I need your trees. Nah, it's anti-gravity.
not to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
So that's what happened with Yakut. I always thought it was kind of weird how Yakut acted after that. So this is strange. How do we get in there? What's behind here? Stray inverter. Well, that'll do it. Hey, yeah.
The gate's opening. I'm heading in.
Byron, wait up. Byron, you're gonna die. Goodbye, goodbye, Rin. Goodbye, Rin. Bye. See, how do we get back? This way. Hey-ya! Simple enough. Byron! Byron!
This is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that...
Byron!
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
They took Byron.
We have to go. Now, 1K, get moving!
We can't just leave Byron behind.
Yakut, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
The system's going completely bananas.
Okay, I'll not just
Energy
stand
spikes
here.
Everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
Ah! What the heck? See, this is why you should have let me
Done, you fools.
do this puzzle.
Mortals are not meant to tread these halls. Why will you not heed my warnings?
Well, Pandora, this is
Trying to
probably
harm
your
you,
fault.
Creatures of clay.
Actually.
All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
Oh, so this is your fault.
Move, 1K, move!
I'm moving. I'm going. Here I go. Run, run, run!
These energy emissions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
Yeah, I'm going. I don't remember this. I don't remember running out like this. Oh my goodness. Go, go, go!
Come on, get in! Get us out of here, Yakut.
Okay, we're out. Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active. The readings are strangely jumbled, though.
Should I set us down?
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron. But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right, I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good. Well, 1K, I guess it's time for you and me to take a nap.
Well, good night, Al.
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
Okay. I'll do that.
The world is full of suffering. Every living organism suffers. Animals kill other animals to eat. And it always ends with death, torn apart or wasting away. This is what surrounds us. This is what's happening outside those walls, every hour of every day. It's our ethical responsibility as sentient beings to lessen suffering. That's what it means to be human, to understand that it is your duty to transform this world into something better. That's what the founder meant when she said that we can turn the world into a work of art. Despite what happened to him, Byron was right. We have to keep going.
This is blasphemy. Byron was punished for failing the Founder's trials. And you want us to dig deeper? Just because you can't accept that suffering is natural and necessary?
Please, everyone, stop using the public frequency. If you want to argue, use your interface or speak in person.
Yeah, for real. I mean, I disagree that we have like an ethical obligation.
Welcome back, 1K.
To lessen suffering. But I do think it's the right thing to do. But just because it's the right thing to do doesn't make it an obligation. Hello.
1K, welcome back to the city. As you can tell, your discoveries have had quite the impact.
I heard your speech.
I decided to take a stand. It started with what you said about extending our cats' lifespans, actually. That got me thinking about our responsibilities towards other life forms. What's life to most living creatures? Fear, hunger, pain, and in the end, death. Involuntary cessation of existence. That's horrifying, 1K. Horrifying. And we are the only ones who can make it better.
What exactly is our ethical duty in all of this?
If suffering is evil, and it is, then our responsibility is to lessen it, not only in ourselves, but everywhere. I don't think we can eliminate it, but we can lessen it, and we have to.
Would you say that this is our purpose?
In a way, yes. I don't think it's our exclusive purpose, but it's a role that falls to any sentient species capable of developing science and technology.
I mean, suffering is natural. And it's not necessarily our responsibility to lessen suffering. But though I think it is that, I think lessening suffering is to create a situation for more good in the world. But is to create more good our purpose? But is to say that creating good being our purpose and lessening suffering is to create good, then is lessening suffering our purpose? It's like a slippery slope fallacy.
Natural? What does that even mean? Natural means nothing in terms of ethics. Here's the question,
You're
1K.
not wrong.
Is suffering good? Is it the way things should be?
No, it's bad.
Exactly. And everyone knows that. But we act like that doesn't mean anything for us, when in fact we have the tools to lessen suffering. That's what technology is. So by choosing not to use those tools, we become ethically culpable for that suffering.
Yeah? But I think it would be very difficult to achieve on the scale you're talking about.
So, lots of necessary things are very difficult to do. We're the species that eradicated polio, went to the moon, created artificial intelligence. We need to start thinking bigger.
All right. You've convinced me.
I'm glad. Please, when you get back to the island, make sure Byron's ideas aren't forgotten. People in New Jerusalem
like,
are
putting
starting
it
to
plainly.
realize a different future is possible.
You know, like, putting it plainly, like, it's true. You know, if we could create a world where we can effectively lessen suffering for everything and everyone, then surely that's better. Of course, like, the moment you start to dig into it, you realize how many possible problems and how many things can come up.
The Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. However, please note that due to an unauthorized strike, public transport will be temporarily unavailable. May the founder be with you.
Like, it is true that, like, okay, if we're suddenly able to, like, increase the lifespan of, like, every insect and every rodent and everything in on the planet for the sake of reducing suffering, then that's gonna cause problems for the ecosystem. But then, is that just not more problems that we need to solve in the name of creating a world with more good?
1K, what can I do for you?
Majestic dashing hamsters.
You remembered the code phrase. Oh, it is fun, isn't it? All this adventure and discovery and subterfuge. Here, let me top up your credit balance for you. It's the least I can do. Ka-ching! 1,000 credits. You're rich.
Wow.
Spiritually, anyway. Don't go spending it all at once.
I'm gonna spend it all at once.
What can I get you?
Well, can I have inner peace?
Whoa. Inner peace doesn't come cheap. Come back when you've got 1,000 credits.
Why, you just gave me 1,000 credits, but I do have 1,000 credits.
Gosh, I completely forgot. Well, did being rich bring you inner peace?
No, it didn't.
Oh, that usually does a trick. What about before? Did you feel inner peace before I made you rich?
No. I'm constantly at inner
The
turmoil.
fact that you're trying to buy inner peace tells me you're still looking for solutions outside of yourself. What helps me is letting go of the idea that what makes me happy is facts about the world. Sure, it helps when things go well, but if you depend on those things, you will have nothing left when they're gone. If you can learn to trust yourself, you can learn to trust the world.
Thank you, Helga. What helps me is letting go of the idea that what makes me happy is facts about the world. Sure, it helps when things go well, but if you depend on those things, you have nothing left when they're gone. But how? How do you propose one does that?
I wish the how was a fact we could learn from a book. But it's a practice. I can use words to tell you how to ride a bike, but the only way you learn is by doing it.
Okay. I agree.
You're quite welcome. Glad to help. So, something else perhaps.
Yeah, what do you predict about my future?
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see. What a shame. I don't think you've got enough credits for that. So, something else perhaps.
What, did you take my 1,000 credits?
Please come back if you need anything else.
Darn it, dude.
Oh, 1K. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Cornelius, actually.
Ah, I assume it has something to do with your expedition? I must admit I haven't been following the news. Sorry, been a little lost lately.
Are you okay?
No, not really. When you asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know, I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me. The truth is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence, that's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore. That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
You shouldn't have to give up who you are.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was. Who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
Yeah. He seems to have been at the megastructure with Athena.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise.
No, I
We were
suppose
very
not.
close, you know. After she disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron.
Where is he now?
That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished.
Did you check his house?
I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all.
Can I access his terminal? Any idea where he might have gone? Let's ask that first.
No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past.
Can I access his terminal?
I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then it is just his work terminal, right? Good luck with everything, 1K.
Good luck, Neith.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Of course, sweetheart. Purple. 998.
Dude, you're 1K. It's so nice to meet you. Sorry about Byron, dude. That's a real bummer.
Hey, it's alright. How's the situation in New Jerusalem?
Lately, a lot of folks have been saying maybe that Byron dude is right after all. Like, maybe to really be excellent to each other, we have to build something new and bodacious. Don't know what'll happen now that he's had that bogus
Bodacious.
accident.
Have you ever met Cornelius?
Yeah, I come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
Have a nice day, dude. Okay, notes. Lab location inaccessible. Deliberate, unclear. User profile, yes. Gold puzzles as barrier, yes. Hidden as self-protection, likely. External help for upload, yes. Ask Herman, no. Trust 1K, undecided. Applicable to Calvin, no. Applicable to Sarabai with Noma, yes. They haven't decided whether or not to trust me yet.
So this is what Cornelius was working on? Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
Let's talk to the protesters.
Welcome back, 1K. Thanks again for signing that petition. Unfortunately, as you can see, it wasn't enough.
Did you hear Adel's speech?
I heard it 15 times when he was practicing it. I think Atal, like many of us, feels that the time for change is long overdue. The technology you uncovered on the island is the final catalyst for that change, or it should be.
What's going on now?
Yesterday, there was a sudden brownout in the grid, and we almost had a derailment. We've been warning the mayor for months, and all he ever gives us is waffle about the goal. This can't go on.
I fully support you.
Thank you. Your support means a lot to us. We need to get through to people.
Your activism is on the right track, I'm sure of it. I don't think there's anything wrong from a systematic perspective about trying to petition and, what's the word? Strike. Protest. Gehenna Memorial Exhibition 312. So has it been 312 years? At least, right? Is that what that would mean? Leave.
Welcome to the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition. Oh, it's you, 1K. Please tell me, you were there when everything went sideways. Do you think Byron will be all right?
I don't know. His mind was stuck in a data stream overload.
That sounds dangerous. Make sure you find him and pull him out. He is a menace, but we need him. But anyway, you've come to take a well-deserved break from your expedition. So let's talk about something else.
Where do you think Cornelius could have gone?
If it's true that he knew where Athena was, then he's gone back to the island. There's no way he'd ever leave her. He must have some kind of plan. But
it seems
I don't
very
know
sensible.
more than that. He's been very private these last few centuries.
Few centuries. What's Gehenna?
Gehenna was a place in the simulation. A prison where Elohim exiled the minds that didn't fit his plans. In time, the prison became a community with a culture of its own.
What happened to the people of Gehenna?
In the very last moments of the simulation, Elohim realized what he'd done and sent his messenger Uriel to free the prisoners. They were uploaded to the gold disc, and their legacy is part of all of us.
Why text adventures?
Text adventures were one of the few art forms available to the people of Gehenna. By continuing to work in that medium, we keep their memory alive.
How do you see the role of artist in society?
I don't think the role of the artist should be reduced to any single social function. The artist isn't an educator or a moralist. Art isn't about teaching us lessons or imparting values. Nor do I think it's simply self-expression. The best art reaches out beyond the self, into something ineffable. The creative impulse can't really be quantified or predicted. That's why artistic freedom is so profoundly essential. Without the freedom to shock, to offend, to transgress, art becomes stagnant.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I believe anything is truly ineffable. Jefferson Goldblum and the Spectre of Modernity. Another story in the much celebrated Jefferson Goldblum shared universe originated in Gehenna. It maintains the characteristic writing styles of the series but focuses on a new set of themes. This is a reference to the original Talos Principle. Jefferson Goldblum. A true story. You, Jefferson Goldblum, deftly step out of your charging pod and walk into the main lobby of the Goldblum Institute. Jeff Goldblum? No, Jefferson Goldblum. Oh, and this says, it doesn't even say Jeff Goldblum, it says Jeff Goldboom. Or Jefferson Goldboom, sorry. No L in Goldblum. Well, gold, whatever. Gold boom. It is a humble abode, filled with a small 4-seater sofa, a table, a coffee bar, and an arboretum. Ginny HD, your fiancé and a leading member of the Kazarati Y. Strauss Jazz Ensemble, greets you from the sofa while Frankie Soy Sauce waves from the coffee bar, and the velociraptor John Malcolm drives out of the arboretum on his motorcycle wearing his green armored t-shirt. I gotta talk to John Malcolm. Chirp, says John Malcolm. You clutch your guitar, perplexed by this strange greeting. John, are you well? I am fine, my friend, John Malcolm says as he gets off of his motorcycle. I am merely practicing the songs of my ancestors. Your ancestors? The mighty hawk and the humble red robin. As you are descended from apes, us dinosaurians are descended from the folk of the air. Life, my friend, is a never-ending cycle. One species arising from the ashes of the last. You're about to comment on the prodigious size of John's wisdom when a klaxon resounds throughout the Gold Boom Institute. Frankie Soy Sauce, what's happening? Sorry, buddy, I can't hear you, Frankie drawls over the noise. It's that damn klaxon of doom. I knew we shouldn't have set the volume to 11. If you want to ask me something, you should probably shut it off first. Frankie eloquently waves his coffee cup in the direction of the central computer terminal, which is conveniently located next to the coffee bar. I play my guitar. Good night, Scratcher. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're well. You unsling your guitar from your back and check the strings to make sure that they are in proper order. Then you take a heroic stance, with your chest puffed out, your legs splayed wide, and your guitar held heroically aloft. You play a chord, a perfect chord, followed by another equally perfect chord, and another, and another. As always, all the chords that you play are perfect. This is your greatest burden. Mollified, the klaxon shuts itself off. You turn from the now silenced central computer console and look at your team, who are all gazing back at you with varying levels of wonderment in their eyes. Ask why the klaxon was bearing. John Malcolm dismounts his motorcycle with an air of certainty and queries the central computer console with the sure taps of his reptilian claws upon the keyboard. It seems, John Malcolm said, that the sensors have detected a threat of galactic magnitude. Oh no, cries Ginny HD, while Frankie Soy Sauce drops his cup of joe in fear. What's the threat? A shudder goes through John Malcolm's magnificent plumage. Something far more dangerous than anything we've ever encountered so far, Jefferson, he proclaims. Oh no! John Malcolm, what is it? Exclaims Ginny HD. What could it possibly be? We've already defeated the dastardly Dr. Elion. What could be more dangerous than him? This time, my friends, John Malcolm says after a pause of precisely 2.5 seconds, we will be up against the specter of modernity. We gotta take action right now! Friends, human, dinosaurians, countrymen, possessed by the sudden urge to act, you jump up on the coffee maker, much to Frankie Sauce's dismay. We cannot let this threat to our very way of life go unanswered. No, we must stand against this specter and not yield until we are victorious. Will you stand with me? Yes, my darling, anything for human world, cries Ginny HD. Friend, you know that I will stand by you until the bitter end, adds John Malcolm solemnly. For coffee, shouts Frankie Soy Sauce, and for love! But, asks Ginny HD after shouting and swearing if fealty is done, how will we prevail? Spectre of modernity is too powerful for you to fight it on your own. Of course she is right, as she usually is. I have to take Ginny HD with me. We have to defeat it with love. Oh, Jefferson, Ginny HD exclaims. I will be the best companion you could ever wish for. But tell me, Jefferson, the specter of modernity travels along the continued sequence of existence and events that occur in apparently irreversible succession from the past, through the present, into the future, and is by definition already everywhere. Where can we possibly go to find a way to defeat it? I will go to the islands. Ginny HD, being a human female, has inbuilt flotation devices attached to the center of her chest. As such, she has no problems scaling the waves, and as you cling to her back, she slips elegantly through the choppy waters. Jefferson, look! Cries Ginny HD as you climb upon the sandy beach. A dreadful mechanical clock has corrupted this beautiful island and all that lives and thrives upon it. She is right, for in the center of the island, on top of a volcano, a baleful mechanical clock peers down at you. When it spies you, the clock starts shivering and shaking, triggering an eruption, and you are faced with no choice but to flee from this beautiful but corrupted island, lest you be swallowed alive by hot, liquid magma. You flee, knowing that this was not the true specter of modernity, but merely one of its lieutenants. Go to the icy mountains. After a long day of travel, you arrive at the icy mountains. The great mountains are barren of plants and animal life, yet they are beautiful in their own way. Jagged and cragged and rugged, peaked with snow and gouged to the bedrock by merry little streams. But there seems to be nothing that could be useful in defeating the specter of modernity. Well, says your companion, what now? I think we should continue, you say humbly. Don't you agree? I do, Ginny HD says seriously. We can't give up. Dear God, Jefferson, if we fail, the consequences. You're about to respond, but before you can open your mouth, the ground before you gapes open, and a horrendous yet oddly beautiful figure with glowing red eyes and mighty antlers emerges from the depths. Who dares summon... Wait, let me do this. Who dares summon the dear God? It howls in a voice echoing as if it were in a deep cavern. Attempt to explain the misunderstanding. As the dust settles, you see before you a mighty white stag with glowing red eyes and gold antlers. You tremble bodily and quake in your boots as the apparition gazes upon you. Who hath summoned me? The deer booms. What foolish mortal dares to disturb my slumber? Oh, great antlered one, you say earnestly. Your awakening is not the result of intent, but of homophony. The antler creature cocks its head and its eyes flash menacingly, but it does not otherwise react. Ask for the dear God's help. We're on a quest to destroy the specter of modernity, and we ask for your help in our noble cause. And why would I help you, foolish mortal? Talk about umami. Umami or love? I mean, we gotta talk about umami. Yeah, exactly. Because, you say, clutching your guitar sincerely to your chest, because of umami. The great antlered one blinks. Come again? Umami, one of the 5 basic tastes? The beast laughs, and it sounds like the mountains are trembling. The very ground rumbles underneath your feet. How foolish of you, Jefferson Goldblum, to think that an herbivore deity could care about the savory taste. Be gone! And don't come back here again, puny human. And with that, the deer god vanishes back into the ground. Dang it, man. Umami was wrong. When you approach the lair of the Spectre of Modernity, you decide to leave your companion behind, knowing that you cannot risk another life in this final confrontation. Sometimes heroes must stand alone. Inside the mechanical lair of the Spectre of Modernity waits for you, sitting translucently on a titanium throne. The Spectre of Modernity, you murmur through gritted teeth. We meet at last. You are mistaken, Professor Dr. Goldboom, the Spectre of Modernity says. We have met many times before. I am your father and your mother. Request clarification. Who do you think inspired you to add the power of electricity to your guitar?
This question don't show up on Twitch stream chat ?
What? Who do you think inspired you to add the power of electricity to your guitar? Who upgraded Ginny from SD to HD?
Pancake. You're as cute as a quadratic equation solved perfectly.
Oh, I love that.
Maybe the secret agency tampering with my kitchen also messed with the chat. Thereafter, my world domination plans hidden inconveniently above on a monstrously tall fridge.
You're as cute as a perfectly solved quadratic equation. Who upgraded Ginny from SD to HD? Who, indeed, deciphered the mathematical secrets of the chords, that arcane knowledge upon which some of your greatest adventures depend? I was your ally all along, Jefferson. The foul wizard of crime has conspired to turn you against me. It was he who enchanted your klaxon. That actually makes a lot of sense, sorry. No biggie, says the Spectre. Now, let us defeat the wizard of crime together. Even now, he conspires to steal all that you have accomplished with the power of his enchantments that confuse the mind. You rush back to the Goldboom Institute, where you find the wizard of crime taking advantage of the absence of your heroic friends, seeking out other ways to stop the Spectre of Modernity to rifle through your belongings. He is surprised to see you. I see my scheme has failed. Curses! Were it not for that scheming Spectre, I would have stolen all of your wealth and added it to my ever-growing hoard. For that is my scheme, to steal and steal until the whole world is mine. Mwahaha. And so, you arrest the foul sorcerer, instead of the development of human potential, and become good friends with the Spectre of Modernity. Just call me Mo, the Spectre says. I'm sure we'll have many wonderful adventures together. Mo. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna go through these other ones. I think let's get back to the VTOL and fly back to the megastructure, and then we'll end stream. I think that will be a good point to end.
We must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial. The megastructure must be rejected.
Welcome back.
Who are you? Oh, it's you.
You are the Founder's chosen, but you are in grave danger of going astray. Heed my words, 1K. If you fail this trial, a year from now, New Jerusalem will lie in ruins.
That's a slippery slope fallacy? How do you know this?
Anyone can see the truth if they are willing to open their eyes.
That's another fallacy.
Have you not read the books of our
don't know what
ancestors?
it's called though.
In every one of them, the same story is told, again and again, that the pursuit of knowledge can only lead to death and grief. That is what all the great ancient visionaries foresaw. Listen to their warnings. Seek happiness in tranquility. And avoid ambition.
I mean, that can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one. Or when you can no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one.
The very idea of a better future is what's rotten. That is what the ancients were trying to tell us. All the problems of the world come from those who think the world needs to be improved.
So we shouldn't even try to make things better?
Yes. Progress is a fantasy. Things never truly change. All we can do is prevent our hubris from making things worse.
Hmm. I disagree. I think you're wrong. I think you're the fool. You are false. You are empty.
Could you join us for a quick debrief?
Yep.
Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
Yes, well. While the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
Hi, Pinkik. You cutie. If nothing ever changes, why does the moon keep drifting away? Checkmate, atheists. The island is one big puzzle that's halfway solved. We can't quit now. I need those puzzles.
It is all deliciously mysterious, isn't it?
Stinky.
Let's not forget
Well,
the
speaking
dam's
of
falling
cuties,
apart.
Toxie.
We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
We should trust ourselves to make good of this opportunity.
Wise words from one so young. Yet I submit that island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
The Somnodrome, of course. If we could find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
How? Why?
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
So, it's a newfangled way to make the same old mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
Unfortunately, 1K left the Somnodrome inoperable. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
Then the question is, what would 1K do if they found it?
Oh man. So let's break down the question here. The idea is us being machines, being AI. It's like there's an assumption that you have to make. First, you have to assume that we're human. Sapient intelligence. We are people. We are fully capable as humans are. And so, if you accept that, then it becomes a very interesting question. Because then that means that the AI powering our brains contains all of the neural architecture and all of the code that necessitates a human, that necessitates a person. All of their capacity for thought, the moral quandaries, their code of ethics, all of that stuff. And so you would be able to look into that and I guess use that information to try and determine like what sorts of dichotomies exist, what sorts of things are diametrically opposed. Presumably, what's like the right thing to do versus like what's the wrong thing to do. Option of being lazy and curious. I mean, the lazy option would be like let the government decide. I guess this would be lazy and curious. It's just like, just do it myself and figure it out later. See, it's the sort of thing that's ideologically very dangerous. Like, I agree with Helga to an extent, where it's like, it's the sort of thing that, like, opens up, like, the ability to make the same mistake of trying to decide who's good and who's bad. If you have some way of peering into someone's neural architecture and seeing exactly how their neural, like, architecture, their weightings of their neural AI is different from yours, then what's then stopping you from going and making generalizations about that person? Favorable or unfavorable. And I don't think that's a thing that's fair to do. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing. I would want to keep an open mind. I'd want to believe. I mean, I guess, you know, it's the same sort of thing where, you know, I said that we should trust ourselves to make good on the opportunity. And so, I should stick with that. I think we should trust ourselves to make good on this opportunity, be it the megastructure, be it discovering the Somnodrome. I think I would keep an open mind.
No! This is much too important to decide on a whim.
But it's so much more fun when we're kept in suspense. You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room. The only way we're going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K, I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
It's kind of like the classic question of, would you be okay with having agents that have the ability to read thoughts when framed that way? Yeah. I mean, this game has a lot of, I don't know, I guess kind of almost classic sort of like philosophical conundrums. Also, they're going to be keeping on an eye on my stream from here. Jeremy, stream watcher? Stream watcher Jeremy? Not even following? Jeremy lurking in chat? Herman.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Well, what do you think about the technologies we've discovered?
They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now. But what is the cost, 1K? There's always a cost.
I'm sure it goes without saying, but we have to rescue Byron.
I agree. We can't just leave one of our most important citizens in that death trap. It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Thank you, Hermanubis. I value that insight.
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
Great trials lie ahead of you, my child. But your choices will determine the future.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile. The rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Okay. Check it out and see what you can fix. But please remember, what matters most is finding Byron.
Okay. Well, we're back. It's been 4.5 hours. It's a good stream. That puts us essentially at the halfway point. And so we've completed half the areas. Been to the megastructure twice. And so I think that puts us in a good spot for next time. Wow. Thank yous for structuring? Eh? Is that what I'm doing now? Structuring? Ah. This is a good time. I like this game. Should we look and see if there's anyone that we'd want to raid right now? Or is it late for a raid? We could do a raid. Let's take a look. Let's see, is there anyone who hasn't been live for like 5 hours? There's this guy named Hot Dog Bong Water 420 playing Tekken 8. I don't know how I feel about rating into Hot Dog Bong Water 420 though. I don't know. None of these are really speaking to me. No one's jumping out at me. I guess we'll just end stream then. There's a couple people, but like they're playing things like action games. And I don't know. I feel like that's not what I want right now. I don't want to send you guys off to an action game. Yeah, we'll just go to bed. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It's a good stream. Hey, guess what? Oh, I don't have a cat cam here. Never mind. Well, good night, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Or maybe tomorrow. Probably Wednesday. Good night, everybody.